Hello, Gina. I just wanted to make sure that we went live before the year was over. And to my surprise, YouTube changed all the interfaces on me, so I'm trying to relearn how to do things. I hate it when they change things. Now let's see what they did to the audio. Stay with me, I will adjust the audio in a second. To my big surprise, the storm of last night did not blow away my cube shed. Actually, I did something unusual. I let the ice and the snow build up on top of the shed, and that prevented it from being blown away in 50-mile-per-hour wind. Now I need to let Bill know that we have gone live. I don't know if he remembers me. How have you been? I texted Bill saying, I don't know if you remember me, but we are live. Yeah, shed is okay. I'm going to try to pull up. Holidays are not over yet. Uh-oh. So am I. I am terrified of fireworks. I hate the new format of YouTube Studio. I hate it with a passion. Our last live was Thanksgiving, a month ago. Yesterday we had 22.5 inches of new snow. So far I lost count, but we had 4 feet of snow earlier. All right, let's see what. No, I don't want this. Exit full screen, thank you. So this is our radio telescope. We have fog, by the way, from all the snow. Let me see if we can move the scope closer to the Milky Way. We have a telescope sitting in a very nice shed. It's a 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot. Now we're going to tell it not to track. No tracking, thank you. We're going to make sure that our dew heater is on. Anti-dew. And autofocus one more time. Yeah, our puppy, who is 5 years old now, was abandoned on the streets of Brooklyn. Looks like I will have to reset the background on the radio telescope. Let's go somewhere due south, away from the Milky Way. Except that our problem is she thinks that she rescued us. Yeah, we used to go running to start the year. I have a big piece of cow in the fridge that will be going into a slow cooker early in the morning, and it'll be ready to be eaten by late afternoon. I plan to put it on a slow cook for 10 to 12 hours. It will be a nice piece of roast with wine, carrots, potatoes. We don't have fireworks here for New Year's Eve. Fortunately. As you can tell, it's very windy outside still. And don't know how long we're going to have clear-ish skies. But we're going to take advantage of, you can see clouds moving across the moon. Hello CGD, Happy New Year, and Merry Christmas since we missed you. Bill remembers me. So as you may have noticed, I built a 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot excuse me, shed and put the radio telescope in it. Yesterday was the big test because winds were howling at 50 miles per hour, and it survived. It did not blow over. I used the simple trick of letting ice and snow build on top of it so that weighed it down, and it did not blow over. All right, we have the background taken care of. Let's go back to the Milky Way now. Happy New Year! You guys are already in 2026 there in Scotland, not quite right, not quite. The Germans maybe are about to go into 2026. I do miss my New Year's in Scotland. Interestingly enough, this part of the Milky Way does not have much hydrogen. So I'm going to try to move a little bit further east and see what we get. And we'll get clouds, that's for sure. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Bill. The 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot, which makes it 125 cubic feet, the cube shed survived a massive snowstorm yesterday with 50-mile-per-hour winds. I made the deliberate decision of letting snow and ice build up on top of it, and that kept it from being blown away. The Discovery dish is inside it right now, and as you can tell, it's an extremely noisy neighborhood. So we're going to try to get to somewhere where we can see hydrogen. Happy New Year, Geronimo. Jacob, how are you? CGD, careful, do not write Happy New York, because we in New York are really not happy. So we got 22.5 inches of new snow yesterday. The first half of December we got just over 4 feet of snow, which was more than the entire year last year. And yesterday was the snowiest day in 80 years. So we have gotten so far 76 inches of snow officially at the airport. The calendar total for 2025 from January 1 through December 31st is 177 inches. If my math is correct, that's 15 feet. Blow Brana, yes, we can detect comets. We have looked at comets fairly regularly. But it takes 3 things to get comets. 1, we need comets. 2, we need less clouds. And 3, we need time, because the comets these days are very, very faint. So it would take a couple to 3 hours to have enough data to show a comet. I have seen many people with I Love New York stickers as they were driving, pulling a U-Haul and leaving the state. Bill, I did. I completed the enclosure. What we ended up doing, 5 foot PVC pipes, 1.5 inch. 5 foot proved to be the ideal size because PVC pipes come in 10-foot length. So cutting them in half, I ended up building a perfect cube. And on top of it, I used 1x4 furring strips, side by side, 18 pieces, which I pulled tied to the PVC, avoiding any metal anywhere, and then a 20-foot by 20-foot tarp on top of the whole thing. And it seems to be working. Hello, Jeff. Yes, this has been very snowy here. Jeff, the same as the thoughts that I had when Vaonis introduced Vespera. While the rest of the world is advancing, they seem to be going backwards. We need an S80 or S70, not S30. We need more aperture. Glass has its privileges. I'm with you, Jacob. I have to go see what the dogs are destroying. I'll be right back. Excuse me. They think they run the place. Actually, they do. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. The dogs have calmed down a bit. Jeff, no, it is not pointed to the zenith. It is pointed right here. I don't know if you can see the little circle. Let's see if we can show you the little circle bigger. Here. Just off the moon. We're trying to catch the Milky Way as it passes by. Now that I have the dish on a Skywatcher mount, I can move it at will. That is the beauty of the new setup. All I need to do is click on a location on the map and send the dish there. And there it goes. And then I need to tell it to stop tracking, because we want the Milky Way to pass by. Ideally, and I plan to do that in the near future once we get all the pieces working, is to catch the Milky Way when it gets to the southernmost part and then travel across the entirety of the Milky Way at 40-minute intervals. As many of you know, I have been comparing the different AI tools that are out there, and I have been gravitating towards Grok, the one that comes free with Twitter or X. I asked Grok to write me a program in Stellarium lingo that will move the telescope along the Milky Way. I asked it to identify 24 points, equally spaced, and it spit the entire program out. It identified all the points that we need to travel. And if anybody is interested, they are starting from the beginning with Shola, and then M21, M16, M11, Alia, Okab, Alberio, Sadr, Deneb, Azal Fafaj, Kaf, Shadar, Rukba, Hiram, Mirfak, Almaz, Capella, M36, Tejat, Alhina, C50, M50, Azmidi, and Suhail. And it would start around 8 p.m. It would start midday-ish, when the Milky Way is due south, or the very southern tip of the Milky Way, and then follow it all the way till 2 or 3 a.m. So the total is 40 minutes times 24 steps. I have not tested it all automated yet. I've been testing it piece by piece, and so far all the pieces work. Happy New Year, Isobig. Jacob, I have had my encounters with Gemini. I was one of the early evaluators of Gemini. I don't know why, but Google asked me as a YouTube whatever partner program if I wanted to evaluate Gemini before it was publicly released, and I said, yeah, why not? And we had arguments. I would ask a question, and it'll, instead of giving me an answer, it'll tell me where to go find the answer. For example, I asked Copilot, Gemini, and Grok. I said, over the past year, how many times did the S&P 500 open up in the morning higher than it closed the previous afternoon in the stock market? Basically, how many times did it gap up? Gemini told me where to go to find the answer. Copilot gave me a long lecture about the risks of investing. And Grok came back and said, out of the 250 days, it opened higher on 185 of them compared to the previous day. And asked, do you want me to tell you which days? And I said, no, never mind, thank you. That's what I wanted. Hello, Rochester. Happy New Year. How much snow did you guys get yesterday? Or did it go over you? Jacob, I asked Gemini, has TLT ever closed below 80? And it said yes. As a matter of fact, yesterday it closed below 80. It closed at 85. And I had to explain to it that 85 is not smaller than 80. Jeff, if you use it, I have been using AI instead of regular Google searches for a while now. I open Grok and I open Gemini and I use them both instead of doing regular searches. And now that they put Grok in the Tesla, this is becoming fascinating because we get into arguments while driving. We definitely have a hydrogen line here peaking. This part of the Milky Way is not as dense as the other part. Yeah, radar fan, we did not have anything in the morning. I was looking at the radar and Pompey was between two bands coming off the lake. And then, unfortunately, one of the bands moved and we got slammed. The good news is my choice of 1 inch by 4 inch furring strips to put on top of the PVC pipes did the job. It carried the weight without any issue. And it prevented the tarp from ripping. My objective with the radio telescope is to eventually go across the entire Milky Way at regular intervals and then display it all to see if we can get a semblance of an image of the Milky Way in along the hydrogen line with 21 centimeters. Ladies and gentlemen, the other day we had a break in the clouds for a couple hours, and lo and behold, I could not find a place to put any of my telescopes because the snow was so deep and the ice was dangling from all around the house. So even my window sill was covered with ice and was inaccessible. But now that the days get longer and the temperature gets colder, we should be in business again. Yeah, we are away from Lake Ontario. At one point yesterday afternoon, even UPS pulled all its trucks off the road. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of about 1 week, earlier this month or late last month, both YouTube and Amazon, within a few days of each other, invited Pompey Observatory to their affiliate program. So we have joined both, and I did publish both on Facebook and on YouTube. I plan to put the list also on the Discord server. But any of the stuff that I am using is available. If you click on the links, I get a 2% kickback. Right now, the Pompey Observatory is making about just over $28 per month, so we have not broken through the dollar per day yet. We think that the affiliate program will get us over $1 a day. Happy New Year to you too. This morning I learned something interesting. If you post short videos on TikTok, you get about $10 for 1 million views. The same video on YouTube, same million views, you get $600. So YouTube is paying $600 for 1 million views. TikTok is paying $10 for 1 million views. Since it only took us 4 years to get to 1 million views, we're probably closer to the TikTok end than the YouTube end in revenue. Raider fan, the S30, the only problem with it is the number 30. Glass has its privileges. I need bigger aperture, not smaller aperture. The idea that the smaller you go, that in software you can solve what the hardware does not give you, is not quite right in this case. The moon was there, it is still there, and between us and the moon we have clouds. So if you slide the cursor to earlier in the evening, you will see the moon. On the right hand side we have a radio telescope that is looking at the hydrogen line in the Milky Way. The moon is here actually. We're not looking at it with the radio telescope. Radio telescope is just above. According to Astrospheric, we're going to have moon clouds on and off all night. When I met the CEO of ZWO down at the NEAF, the Northeast Astronomy Forum, about a year and a half ago, I asked him and he confirmed that they have a large aperture team building the next bigger telescope. And rumors were out that it's going to be a 70mm aperture. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know why they went after DWARF instead of going after the Celestrons of the world. I'm happy that the radio telescope signal has cleaned up nicely, the FFT. Unfortunately, YouTube has upgraded or updated the user interface and ruined it for us. As we preview 2026, please mark your calendars for Tuesday, the 3rd of March. We will have a full lunar eclipse. The lunar eclipse will happen very early in the morning, starting around 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m., and then the fully eclipsed moon is gonna dip into Lake Ontario. I plan to go live the evening of Monday with multiple telescopes. We're going to do that from Oswego, from the tall building, Sheneman Hall. So we'll catch the moon when it rises, and I will stay with it all night, most likely with the dwarf as Seestar hops around the sky, and as the moon approaches eclipse, as it becomes eclipsed, we'll go Seestar onto the moon. Bill, Mr. Mead, is going to serve a very useful purpose that night, that morning, because we will be on campus. We expect a flow of students, and Mr. Mead will be the choice visual telescope for them to look at the moon. We will also have a pair of binoculars and lots of coffee and pizza. The coffee for me, the pizza for the students. And the peak here is at exactly 14, 20, 40 It's exactly the 21 centimeters. Considering that there are about 6 inches of snow and ice on top of the cube shed. I tried very hard not to have any metal, and I succeeded. Pull ties. I drilled holes into the 1x4 furring strips and used heavy-duty pull ties to tie them to the 1.5-inch PVC pipes. I checked the weight carrying capacity of PVC pipes, and they will carry weight. Actually, I did a pull-up on them. It carried my weight, so that was good. My big concern yesterday was 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Fortunately, there was already enough snow and ice on top of it, so it did not move. And with my wife's approval, I drilled a 1-inch hole through the wall of the house. And that's how the cables and the wires go in and out between the shed and the house. CGD, that's good advice. I will try it. Yeah, I don't know where the moon is. According to Astrospheric, it is solid clouds over us. CGD, I was not aware. I was doing my background data collection at exactly the 1.4240. I will try to do it next time, 2 megahertz off, and see what that gives us. What setup are you using, CGD? Did you get a Sarah scope in a box? Welcome back, Zena. Region 7, are you saying snow is coming my way? Let me check. You are absolutely correct. I'm going to pull the Seestar in, and we will still have the radio telescope out. Yeah, major snow is coming our way. Yeah, that's what I'm doing CGD with my bigger dish. Region 7, we are in Pompey, New York. That's latitude 43, longitude 76 west. We're in upstate New York, about 13 miles southeast of Syracuse.
Shutting down.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe. We have been growing very fast at the rate of 3 new subscribers in the last month. Fortunately, the Discovery dish is light enough that the Skywatcher AZ-GTi is able to move it very nicely. We used to visit Maine quite a bit when my daughter was at the University of Maine in Orono. Haven't been back to Maine since I ran the Sugarloaf Marathon there. Memorable for one thing. Bill, imagine for a moment a point-to-point marathon where the bus takes you 26.2 miles out, drops you off, and say find your way back, straight line on the same road the entire way, not a single turn, from beginning to end. Goes through Sugarloaf, Maine. Very nice, very beautiful area. Except that they did not close the road to traffic, and some of the traffic did not like runners, and they tried plucking us out with the cars. Other than that, it was fun. Now, whenever I try to put on an event from Oswego, an eclipse, without Jacob, we get clouds. When Jacob joins me, it's crystal clear and cold. So I'm hoping he will join me again this time for the crystal clear part, and he can sit outside in the cold. I'll be sitting inside in the classroom overlooking the lake. Jeff, despite the snow that is sitting on the roof, we're getting good signal, yes. I'm going to move the dish momentarily towards Capella and see what we see there. This is again the beauty of this setup. Let me show you how it works. I point to a target. This is Stellarium, the regular Stellarium app running under Windows. And then in my case it's a Control 5 and the dish moves. Voila. And then I have to remember to go to SynScan and click. Here it says it is tracking sidereal or sidereal, so I want non-tracking, and that stops it, so it stays there. So it does not follow Capella, but rather let the Milky Way pass under it. Not as much signal there. And a lot noisier. Bill, I plan to start around 7 p.m. It's going to be a long all-nighter. Looking quickly at Stellarium for March 2nd. Moon rises at 5:15. So it should be, yeah, we should be able to go live by 6 o'clock, 7 at the latest. Region 7, yes, we do astrophotography, but when it is cloudy and snowy, we try to do we try to do radio astronomy. The setup here is a radio telescope at the 1.42 gigahertz, which is the hydrogen line, trying to detect hydrogen emissions. Right now we're looking at the Milky Way, and there's not much here other than noise, so I'm going to move further down. This is Algol. We'll see if it gives us anything useful. So the setup here is a 1.42 feed on a 3-foot dish, Discovery dish. It goes into a software-defined radio. This is the RTL SDR that connects to a laptop via USB. AirSpy SDR Sharp is the default application to display at 1.42 gigahertz the signal, and down here we have a fast Fourier transform to try to reduce the noise. Most of the time we do astrophotography, but we discovered that sometimes in the Northeast it's cloudy, basically about 320 days a year. So this setup has no problem looking through clouds, through snow, through rain. ZWO 2170, we are mapping the universe at 21 centimeters as opposed to optical or infrared, because optical and infrared are not visible right now due to clouds and snow, whereas the 21 centimeter band is visible. The goal eventually is to improve the resolution so we can look at Jupiter and at distant galaxies. One of my objectives will be M81 and M82. For some reason, those two galaxies are connected. They are one system, and the only way to see them is through radio frequencies as opposed to optical. So that's going to be an eventual goal. Region 7, I have a SkyShed pod, which is a clamshell, if you will, for my 11-inch optical telescope. And I have an enclosed shed, cube shed for the radio telescope, because radio frequencies will go through plastic and wood, so I don't have to roll it off. But I have an 8-foot SkyShed pod for the 11-inch Celestron. We're trying to go back to a place where we can see signal. You're welcome. You're welcome, CGD. Region 7, we have a Discord server also, where you can interact with many of our people. They are friendly most of the time, and they will make fun of you all the time. Looks like the FFT is trying to clean up the area near Jiangwan. Yes, it is a Celestron Edge HD 11-inch. The Celestron has a ASI ZWO 585 color camera with a atmospheric dispersion corrector. It is on a CGX mount, and when it is nicely aligned, I can capture the International Space Station during broad daylight, which we have done many times. We have captured the Chinese space station during daylight many times. We have looked at Jupiter, Saturn, Mars. Actually, every star with a magnitude 2 or brighter, I can look at them during broad daylight with the 11-inch. Except right now the 11-inch is under 11 inches of snow. Jeff, it is amazing how that signal cleans up depending on whereabouts in the Milky Way we are looking. Yep, it is still cleaning up nicely. Let me try to capture that signal. We're going to save a few files. They are about 3 minutes per file, and then we will display them as the Milky Way passes by. Now we can say hi to everybody with a smile. So this is the window outside of which I have two big angle brackets, a 12-inch and an 8-inch, on which I can put the Seestar and the DWARF, so I can have two telescopes looking out of my window. This control room, this office, is 3 stories up from the ground, so it gives me very clear visibility of the east. I can see anything and everything rising from the east. My horizon is as low as 3 degrees. I can see anything above 3 degrees into the east. Bear with me for a second. Okay. Just trying to get rid of the redness that was behind us. I am still unable to determine the source of this spike, which appears in the waterfall as well. I can pick it up from any of my radio telescopes, actually from all of them. Still don't know what's causing it. All I know is that it is coming from due east. Right now we are aimed due east for all intents and purposes. And there it is. Happy New Year to you too, Zena, and I am sure we will see you in 2026. Give my best to Buddy. Our friends in Scotland are very close to next year. 15 minutes. So it has captured the first file. The most it will show us now would be a line. Let's see if we can pull it up. Choose directory. There's only one file, so we're going to process it. Done. And now we're going to go to the graph. This is the raw data. It's not plotting anything yet, so we probably need more than one line. Okay, we'll be back when we have more lines, more files. Okay. So here it is. Just the two lines. I don't know if you can see the reddish. And I don't think there is any point in looking at 3D right now. But this is what we're trying to build at the rate of 3 minutes per line. So my estimate is 24 points at 40 minutes. So it's a dozen lines per dot or per location along the Milky Way. So what we'll end up with is a graph ranging from green or bluish through red of the entirety of the Milky Way, as seen at the 21 centimeter band as opposed to visible. Okay, we'll come back and we'll add more lines as they become available. Ladies and gentlemen, station identification. This is the Pompey Observatory. Happy New Year, John. We were looking at the moon earlier, and then we were looking at snow. The cube shed is complete, and the Discovery dish is sitting safely inside it, with somewhere between 6 and 8 inches of snow on top of it. And we have a very nice hydrogen line going through snow, ice, tarp, 1-inch wood, 4x1 furring woods, and then PVC pipe all the way to the dish, and we're able to get a hydrogen line in the process. Okay, we have 3 lines now. And here there are 3 lines. Starting to take shape. ZWO, yes, this is the photo that it is producing. We're building it 1 line at a time. And then we have the option to look at it in 3D. Not very pretty right now, with only 3 lines. But this is showing 1 slice of the Milky Way. And if we succeed in scanning the entirety of the Milky Way by spending about 40 minutes per spot, then this image will indeed be a 3D rendering of the Milky Way, but not as seen in the visual spectrum, but rather as seen at the 21 centimeter band. For those who would like a very short lesson in chemistry, hydrogen consists of neutral hydrogen, has 1 proton and 1 electron, and for some reason the electron spin flips every 10.2978 million years. And since there are about 10 to the 52 neutral hydrogen atoms in the Milky Way, that means that in any given year, 10 to the 45 of those atoms are going to flip the spin of their electrons. When an electron spin flips, it emits an extremely tiny burst of radiation at 21 centimeters. That's what we're trying to detect. The Milky Way is full of neutral hydrogen. Last month we attempted to look at neutral hydrogen from Jupiter, and we think we detected the tiny spike. The resolution of this technique is very, very poor. With a 3-foot dish, the field of view is about 30 degrees. And to improve that would require either a larger telescope, such as the 140-foot aperture down at Greenbank Observatory, or an array of telescopes, and then using interferometry to integrate. The farther away the telescopes are, the higher the resolution. So if I can get Mr. Pinto and CGD down in the south, in Florida and Alabama, and Mr. Weiss in California, and Mr. Peterson in Wisconsin, sorry, in Minnesota, and yours truly in New York, if we can synchronize our radio telescopes and integrate them, we should be able to get some pretty nice resolution. But that's next. Region 7, the answer in theory is yes. However, we do not have good enough resolution to see much beyond the little bump. John, I still don't know what that spike is, but I can reproduce it repeatedly, faithfully, whenever the scope is pointing east. I could not find anything due east from me other than the Lockheed Martin radar test facility, which is over the hill about 5 miles from here, and they're shooting into the mountains, so it might be a reflection from that. But I can pick it up with every one of my radio telescopes at exactly the same frequency when I'm looking due east. You have a good point there, John. We should get Alex on board. I've been trying to ask AI to explain to me how to do interferometry, and I've been looking at code. I know we need to get those GPS dongles to synchronize the telescopes. Okay, we have 5 files already. So this is 5 files. So this is what we are plotting. And in theory, that red and yellow part is gonna get bigger and narrower as we travel the Milky Way, so it will take the shape of the Milky Way. Or if you want to go 3D, this is roughly what we are looking at. You can see here, this shape is what we have here in the FFT, but integrated over multiple captures. Each capture is 900,000 samples, 901,000 samples. Okay. John, the dish is mounted on a Skywatcher AZ-GTi mount, so I can slew it to anywhere I want. And right now, it is stationary right around here, doing the drift, and I'm going to move it in a few minutes. No, the dish that I got, Bill, was not from Walmart. Ah, you're talking to Jeff. You can get a dish from Amazon, the new Elect dish. Let me see if I have a link to it that I can send you. Bill, this is the dish that you can get. Jeff, it was not a matter of luck. The SARA people, the Society of Amateur Radio Astronomers, when they sent me my scope in the box, they emailed me and said, you may want to look at the Discovery dish as well. So I went online and they said shipping October 1st, so I ordered it. And then they changed the shipping to April. As they say, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. I was prepared with my credit card to click order when the opportunity arose. Hello, Poindexter. Ice family, we are looking at the Milky Way. This is Stellarium, that is the Milky Way, and this is where the radio telescope is pointing right now, just around the Orion arm of the Milky Way. We have a 3-foot dish with a 1.42 gigahertz feed going into a software-defined radio. That is the signal that we are receiving from the dish. This is the waterfall. This is the fast Fourier transform that's averaging 900,000 samples from the dish. And we are able to plot them. Excuse me. We're going to plot the latest. We're trying to look at the Milky Way at the hydrogen line as opposed to visually, because it's cloudy and snowy. So we should have 9 lines by now. And here they are. This is the Milky Way as it's being built one line at a time. This is the Milky Way in the middle. Or you can look at it in 3D, which makes it prettier, but not necessarily more scientifically meaningful. So each of those lines is a 3-minute interval of collecting data. The plan eventually is to have the dish travel the length of the Milky Way over in a 16 to 18 hour period and be able to plot the entirety of the Milky Way in the 21 centimeter band as opposed to visual. Good luck with that, John. We were able, one of the projects that my summer students did in Oswego, we succeeded in capturing variable stars, the RR Lyra, and these had periods of a couple hours, and we were able to capture the full change in the magnitude of the stars. Some of them changed by up to from magnitude 12 to 10 in a matter of a couple hours. Not this setup, Poindexter. This is passively receiving emissions from hydrogen. Ships do not have enough neutral hydrogen to emit. You're welcome, Ice Family. If you're not subscribed to this channel yet, please do subscribe. We are the only channel on YouTube that streams in 4K resolution from optical telescopes, infrared telescopes, hydrogen alpha telescopes for the sun, as well as radio telescopes. And many times we have multiple telescopes working at the same time. John, I have them somewhere. I don't know that I can get them quickly. They are not on this computer. I'll have to find them and then I'll catch up with you. Okay, Happy New Year to the folks in Europe. It's already 2026 over there. Yes, 21 centimeters is considered microwave. 1.42 gigahertz. Remember, this is a totally passive setup. It is only receiving, it's not transmitting anything. Unlike Waymo that uses LiDAR, which transmits and receives, this one does not stop if the lights go out. It keeps working. Jeff, did you guys lose power over the weekend? Good night, CGD. Jeff, how long do those Tesla batteries last if you have a power outage? Will they carry you a day? When we moved out to the country, about 30 years ago now, we bought a generator, a whole house generator, propane, and a 1,000-gallon tank. We get power outages about 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times every winter. Ice will bring us down, wind will bring us down, snow will bring us down. We can be out for 3, 4, 5 days at a time. The 1,000-gallon propane tank will carry us for a month, the whole house. So, and I paid a lot less for the whole house generator than a power wall. Just looking at the math here, it doesn't add up. Well, we had three children in the house, and that changes the dynamics. Okay, I'm back and catching up on all the comments. Ice family, this is a politics-free channel. The only politics we debate is whether TCRB is visible or not from Florida at any given time. So we have 15 files now. Let's see what they look like. We're going to look at raw data first, and then we'll look at 1 point and 2 points. So this is what it's looking like as we add up more and more points. And if we go to the 1 point, very similar to raw data. I'm going to go with 2 points. A lot cleaner. We got rid of the danglers on both sides. So this is what it looks like 3D. Okay, but that's the picture that we're trying to build, one line at a time. Eventually we will have, these are 3 minutes per line. Eventually we will have 16 hours worth, which is the entire Milky Way. Hello Jeannie, thank you very much for the mini train videos. For all those who have not seen Jeannie's videos yet, they will start appearing in 4.5 hours, one a day for the next 2 weeks. As soon as the clock strikes midnight here, the first one will appear. So please get onto the channel and watch the videos that our West Coast correspondent took for us. The signal is indeed shrinking, Jeff, as the Milky Way drifts. We're going to come back and catch it in just a little bit. Jeannie, the Italian satellite launch that was supposed to be last weekend has been postponed till Friday, January 2nd. It is coming out of Vandenberg on a Falcon 9. So hopefully you can catch it. It should be around 6 p.m., 6:20 p.m. Pacific, or 9 p.m. our time here. If you bear with me for a second, I'm going to roll back the time here. To show you what the intent is going to be. Time, stop. So right around 11 a.m. is where the Sagittarius arm of the Milky Way passes due south from us. Actually closer to 10 a.m., 10:30. So my plan is to start imaging at right around there, 10:30. We catch the Milky Way here. And then about every 40 minutes, I'm going to go with 1 hour at a time here just for illustration. If we stay with the meridian, then this is where we're going to be imaging an hour later. And then an hour later, we'll be imaging right around here. And then an hour later, we'll be pretty much overhead, zenith, good old Deneb will be there. Will still be zenith. And I will start drifting by 3:30, 4:30, and now we're going to start moving this way, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9, and by 1:30 a.m. we're done with the Milky Way. And that is the plan. So we have from about 11 till about 1. So that's about 14 hours, 14, 15 hours worth. And that's when I asked Grok to give me 24 points along that are roughly equal spaced, and will be jumping every 40 minutes or so from point to point. And I asked Grok to write me a program, a script that runs on Stellarium to do that automatically. So that's what we're going to try to do tomorrow. We're going to attempt to start around midday, 10, 11 a.m. or so. We will follow CGD's suggestion of capturing the background noise 2 megahertz off center, and see if that gives us a cleaner signal or not. In this case, the red is signifying fairly intense hydrogen line presence. Jeff, the sun does radiate a lot, but not from neutral hydrogen, because the hydrogen in the sun is ionized, as in fried. I have pointed to the sun and it did not saturate the sensor. Jeff, last month we tried pointing the Discovery dish to Jupiter, and we think we picked up some signal. We waited for Jupiter to drift through. I'm surprised we still have this much signal with the Milky Way moving out of the way. Jeff, let me see if I can pull up the Jupiter data. Uh-oh. That's not what I was looking for. Never mind. Sorry, no Jupiter data. Back to tonight's data. We have 21 lines so far. Yeah, as you can tell, it is narrowing as we move away from the Milky Way. Jeff, I believe it emits in every direction. Either that, or if it's emitting just one photon, that there are enough atoms emitting in specific directions that we end up getting our fair share from the 10 to the power 52. Jeff, apparently only one is emitted and it goes in a random direction. So each flip sends one photon, exactly one, in a random direction. And when we go to 10 to the 52, they end up going in every direction. Yeah, we're not seeing much Doppler shift here. This is the center, and we are right on it. 14, 20, 40, 57, 52. See you in a bit, Bill. So I'm going to see if I can find uh, oh, wrong one. There we go. We're up to 26 files and the peak is shrinking. So my challenge next is to move the telescope just a bit and keep capturing files to see to what extent we can have a continuum between 2 points. The amount of noise that the mount generates is incredible, and that's why I disable tracking. When it is not tracking, it's not generating noise. When it is tracking, it's generating an awful lot of noise. So I'm going to try to go here. And as soon as it gets there, we're going to stop it again. No tracking, thank you. So we were at 27 files. I want to see if we can have a seamless transition, and that would allow us then to plot the Milky Way. I'm not worried about the little spikes that were caused by this slew. They will average out by the FFT, thankfully. Jeff, that is the plan, to point at the same target at the same time. We will need to synchronize our times via GPS, so we are measuring the difference between the signals. If you think of it as two eyes or binoculars looking at the same target, and the target is moving, the two eyes have to be synchronized to see it in 3D, which is what we are trying to accomplish. My initial objective is to look at the same target at two different times from the same telescope, and use the movement of the target as a substitute for having two telescopes, just to try integrating the data, which I don't know how to do yet. many years ago, they used to measure the distance of stars by looking at them from the same observatory or the same telescope as the Earth is rotating, trying to catch it from the rising of the star till the setting of the star. Basically, that gives you watch it from here, and then as the Earth is rotating and the star is still stationary, then you watch it from there. And those two allowed them to estimate the distance or to measure the distance. Jeff, there is code, there are programs on multiple websites. The Green Bank Observatory has programs there to integrate data from multiple telescopes to do interferometry. But the format of the data is one that I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Jeff, correct. GPS will allow us to sync the files because they will be time-stamped accurately. And then the question is combining them to improve the resolution of the displays. Jeff, you are correct. The more signal sources, the better, or the signal receivers, the better. Maybe next year I will start a systematic search for the right software to do it. So we have 5 files from the new location. I'm gonna give it a couple more and then try to plot them, see if we can see them. Happy New Year, Chuck. Jeannie, I was very surprised that when the Tesla saw the turkeys, it came to a full stop. Many years ago, I used to drive a Hummer, an H3, and in about the same place, I collided with turkeys, and one of them almost demolished my Hummer. It struck at one of the headlights and smashed everything all the way in. And to add insult to injury, the turkey flew off. So, fortunately, with all 8 cameras recording all the time, I was able to get footage of it slowing down for the turkeys. Jeff, I'll gladly send you the list. I just made a note to myself. I will do that tomorrow. We looked at the moon, and then clouds and snow came through, so we switched to the radio telescope. Well, we can go down a very long list of wildlife that my cars have encountered over the years of living out in the country. Right around COVID 2021, I hit a deer at full speed, and it caused $15,000 of damage to my car. The insurance company would not consider the car totaled because they said the car is worth $18,000, so we're going to pay $15,000 to repair it. All right, let's see what we have. Okay, we're going to start by looking at the raw data. Okay, we can definitely see the transition. Now we look at 1 point. and then 2 points. Okay, this is the cleanest. So my expectation is, as we move the telescope along the Milky Way, that this pattern here, the entire length eventually, will look like a Milky Way measured at 21 centimeters. Hello Tarek, Happy New Year. It's already New Year where you live, correct? So this is what we're trying to build. Happy New Year, Dwarf and Llama. Let me see. Yes, the y-axis is time from the start in hours. We have been recording for 1.72 hours. Now we can look at YZ. Instead of YX, or actually ZY would be better. There we go. So this is time, and this is what the signal looks like. This is a slightly different way of visualizing the same thing. The previous one, we were only looking at the peak. Here we're looking at the entire width. So this is ZY, and that is XY. Bill, the Amazon link for the dish, the one that I sent you, is both the dish and the 1.42 gigahertz feed. And I think it's $98 or thereabouts, definitely under $100. It's both the dish and the feed. And you already have the SDR. The only thing you will still need between them would be the low noise amplifier. And finally, they are carrying it. If you decide you want to assemble one, let me get you the link to the LNA. The LNA had been the hardest thing to find. And that is the LNA. Then the challenge becomes, if you want to mount it straight up, then that should be easy. You can even just put it on the floor if you don't have an extra tripod for it. So Jeff, the plan is to then move to another point I'm gonna hit Sirius, hoping it's not too low. And then have not found a way to convince it not to track automatically if we go to a trackable target. So I have to do it manually. This is the SynScan app that drives the Skywatcher mount. It looks easy, but you guys have no idea how complex this setup is. Took a whole month to get it to work properly. Fortunately, we have had a month of nothing but clouds and snow. I still have the limitation that everything to the west is blocked by the house and the mountain. So even with the radio telescope, we are limited to east of the meridian. That straight line there is the meridian from north to south. And this is why I like to start with Sagittarius, or as close as possible where it's due south, and then climb the meridian as the Milky Way rotates, and then rotate with it back here. Now, this is Milky Way going towards the south, and it'll get there by about 1 a.m. And then from 1 a.m. till about 10 a.m., the Milky Way will disappear at the very edge before it starts reappearing down south. And so this is, let me see, what the Milky Way is going to look like. I'm going to stop it here, go to clock, and as we move this is 10 p.m., 11, there is Happy New Year. And there is 1 a.m. And this is NEOS. And then as we continue, the Milky Way starts moving to the edge of the field of view. Here the Milky Way is right around us, which is a perfect time, any time in the morning really, to do the background correction. Point the telescope straight up and we can correct. And as we continue, here comes the Milky Way again. And by 10 o'clock we should be able to start observing. This is 10, this is 11. Here I can just climb the meridian. 12, this is noon. 1. And now by the time we get to the zenith, there is no more climbing the meridian. We have to get off it and start going at an angle. This is 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 1. That is the journey around the Milky Way. Back to now. Thanks, Jeannie. The setup gets even more complicated when you have two dogs helping you put it together. By the way, good news is that the 21 centimeter signal travels through trees without any problem. At this location, the telescope is looking through a whole bunch of trees. Our house was built on an abandoned apple orchard. So we have apple trees that are 60 and 70 and 80 years old. Region 7, we do not harvest them. They are crab apples now, but that's what keeps the deer fed year-round. You should see them digging through the snow to find the apples, and they eat them. We have a whole herd of deer in our backyard, and they eat the apples. Yeah, I tried tasting them, and they are bitter. They really are way past being useful. Hello, Tonerlo. Happy New Year to you too. You are absolutely correct, John. We are on the opposite end of Sagittarius A. Sag A is up there. We are near the Orion arm. There is Betelgeuse, Rigel, Orion's belt. Welcome back, Isobig. We're not getting much of a signal, but I wanted to see. This is the third point. I'm going to give it a few more minutes and then plot. Happy New Year, Jeannie. Everybody, Jeannie's videos will start showing up in 3 hours. The first one will appear, and then they will be appearing one a day. Jeannie recorded 14, 15 videos of her adventures with mini trains. John, that's my plan, yes. Tomorrow I plan to start late morning, possibly around 10 a.m. I will calibrate the scope and then manually skip every hour to a different spot and repeat that pretty much all day. Not ready yet to automate it. I also need to verify that the scope has not wrapped cords around its neck. And make sure we realign it. For tonight, I plan to be on for another half hour and then wrap things up around 9:30 my time, and then try to get back on in another 12 hours or next year. Clear, choose directory. Process. This is interesting. The peaks are near the edge. We are losing this one. That is the 2-point. Let me go back to raw data. Yeah, this is the raw data. Not very pretty. And 1 point. Yeah, our best bet is to go with a 2-point correction. Thanks, Jeff. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. I will definitely send you the list of the 24 points along the Milky Way. Now, if you look at the scripts that come with Stellarium, there is one for a Messier marathon. I wrote my own using the list that Jacob had developed or created with ChatGPT. And I tested a little piece of it, and sure enough, the telescope will jump from target to target automatically. I'm able to do that with the Seestar. The only thing missing is the inability to display the name of the target, so I'm working on that now. Welcome back, Zena. Yeah, Jeannie has been on and off. Yeah, we're not getting much hydrogen line from this part of the Milky Way. Happy New Year Dinosaur fam. Stellarium is real time, yes. Yup. 21:15, 12:31. Yes, it is actual time. Yeah, this is not going to give us anything exciting. I'm going to make one more attempt to go upstream. See if we find anything. Alhina is on the list. We were getting tiny bit not as nice as what we had earlier this evening. Thanks, Zena. Zena, meet Jeannie. Jeannie, meet Zena. Yeah, this is a nice peak forming. Yeah, this is where it's going to be interesting, traveling the length of the Milky Way. If only I could do something about those the bumps at the two edges. So, Jeff, the problem is not the telescope, obviously, it's whereabouts in the Milky Way we are. And this is where scanning it from end to end, I'm curious to see what we end up with. It's 385 seconds is about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. So we get something fishy. We have been at it for 3.5 hours, 4 hours almost. So we're getting about 10 to 12 per hour files. So if we go 12 hours, 120, 130 files. That may well be the case, John. We had this problem with the bigger dish. Whenever I tried pointing it to anything other than straight up, it attenuated a lot. Here we are at about 45 degrees, and this is not a bad signal. I increased the brightness of the Milky Way on Stellarium so I can see it, so we can see it. A very long time ago, when the sky was clear in November, we were able to look at the Milky Way with the Skycam, and it was consistent with what Stellarium was showing. All right, let's see what we have so far. Yep, it's starting to show up here. Or if we look at it, ZY, yep. So this is a slightly different way of visualizing it. This is imagining what an entire drawing might look like. Ladies and gentlemen, I will wish you one more time a Happy New Year. We're glad to be back online live. I'll be back tomorrow, late morning, probably around 10 a.m. And we'll try to go all the way till the evening, try to put in a solid 12 hours worth of traveling along the Milky Way. In the meantime, I wish you all a Happy New Year, and we'll see you next year. So long.